Hello, hello. We should be live. I think we might be live. Give me a moment. Just rearranging this thing. Alright, let's get chat up. Devil, welcome. It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure. Yeah, glad to have you pop in. I'm so glad to hear that you're enjoying the content. Please let me know if my mic is working, if the audio levels are good. That'd be lovely. Beautiful. Music a little high, mic a little low. How's that now? Alright, so look, better, fantastic. Alrighty, let's get stuck into it, shall we? So, I've got a, excuse me. Axel, welcome. Good morning. The art of Doug. Doug, great to have you. So, I've got a new little setup. Oh, and it's not working by the looks of it, which is annoying. Oh, yeah, of course. Hold on. I've got a portable camera, right, which I'm going to use to do some study of my sculptures. How's that? So we'll do that at some point in the stream. So then they're like on like a little turntable, or like moving around. We can like study them, and do all sorts of fun stuff. So yeah, pretty happy with that. Quickly threw that together this morning. And the goal of today, I want to explore this character. This guy, old mate Squarehead over here. I want to explore him because I kind of worked a little bit backwards, really. I did a quick sketch, then I sculpted him. He's not done yet. He's not finished by any means. But I just want to explore him a little bit more, just for a bit of fun. Not Malcolm. Great to have you. Alien. Yeah, let's do some expressive faces. That could be cool. We'll see how we go if we do end up doing faces or figures or whatever, but yeah, I want to get some expressions. I want to explore expressions more because I want to start sculpting them more. Pierre Olivier, first stream live. Appreciate it, my friend. Great to have you. Sergio, welcome. Billy, how you doing, man? This is still just a tad high. Okay, cool, good. Just realised Billy could be a lady or a male's name, so my apologies if I called you a man. It's a habit. All right. Let's get cracking with it, shall we? So I've got a couple of references here. I just started to throw some together before stream. Let's move PureRef out the way for the moment. OBS hide. No, not OBS hide. It's a similar PureRef hide. All right, now we've got Got that here. So I've got a few references. Just starting out. I reckon we can grab a few more style references. I think that'll be good. So let me get to the old Pinterest, old faithful. All right, cool, Billy. Yeah, good. Nice. Alrighty, so let's go to my character design pin board and let's see what other experiments we can start from looking at some of this stuff. By Sung Uk Hong. Beautiful. I love these simplified eyes. I want to get more into like really simple. I mean, my eyes are pretty simplified anyway. But let's get into some even more simplified eyes and see if we can pull some emotion out of them even more. Let's have a look. I like these big eyes. Mansoor Muhammad. Very cool. Fahad, good morning. Very welcome. Billy, awesome. Glad to hear you're enjoying the update. Yeah, Francis did a shit hot job on that one. No, it's good to have the delete. The missing piece though is the shortcuts, like the keyboard shortcuts. That's when it's just like, oh, game over. It'll just fit perfectly into my workflow. Let's leave it at there. We can just sort of stay more focused with our. So this was Isaac Dradraku, and this is Bobby Pontilas. So I've got some photo reference just to get the inspiration going. What do we reckon? This guy looks kind of cool just to start with. I'm just going to go characters today, I think. Just because I want to keep it my mind cohesive from the character side of things. So let's get some of this in view. Redacted, welcome. Wouldn't it hurt more if there were shortcuts? Redacted, I tell you what. Billy. What I did to get around that is I bound the eyedropper to A. And that works well. So with lasso, so you got filthy open. We'll just get some colors in there. Right, but didn't say I want this color. Then I want that color. Bless you me. Right, so I just bound eyedropper to A, which seems to do the trick. Panda, yeah, look, I'm thinking about doing a Spider-Man one, but I haven't seen it yet. So maybe next stream or something like that. We'll see how we go. Tiger Salmon, welcome. Blue Devil, yeah, I did. I've been getting into sculpture recently. Salucci, oh, thank you. Tiger Salmon, I love how it's delayed. All right, let's get stuck into it, hey. I just want to get going. Get get exploring. Simple Shapes is the name of the game today, I think. Alrighty. So I'm seeing his neck, like really, and this is all going to be stylized stuff for those that aren't familiar. A lot of it's going to be stylized. We can always rein it in and go more realistic at any time that we want. That's the fun of it. So I see this kind of diamond shape with him. Let's get my bloody noggin out of the way. There we are. Ah, awesome, not Malcolm. Ah, cool. Good. Doing a bit of cycling. Very good. What book was that one? I can't remember. A table clamp tripod sturdy enough. It depends on the make and model and how heavy your camera is. I don't really have any. Because this is just a phone. This one here, with this looking here. This is just a phone connected to a tabletop sort of clamp thing that's feeding into my my computer. All right, we're back. Okay, let's take a look at old mate Grumpy Pants over here. Yeah, I do want to do some more expressive stuff as well. Here I'm just looking and trying to find these simple shapes. I'm not going for likeness, just warming up. Redacted. No, I don't need to see your equipment. Just was asking about that tripod thingy. What tripod thing are you talking about? Am I losing it? Yeah, I see that all over the over Pinterest. That reference, Billy. All right, so we've got a moustache. A moustache to a question. Is that Tormund? I have no clue, Berto. Or Botaro, my apologies. So there's subtlety in the eyes here. He doesn't have like a full-on crazy expression, but there's a little bit of that lower lid. Sort of poking up there and oh, this one. Yeah, that's good. That holds a camera. Like I've got a Canon 80D. Yeah, it holds that. Haven't tried it with lights or anything like that yet, but it's really strong. It's like what is it? Lockline. So those like little gooseneck sort of locking mechanism things. Bloody expensive though if you get it, because that's a GoPro one. I would look at Amazon. I think they've got ones that are pretty similar for a lot less. The 3D models, yeah, they're they come with the Blender files, so you can export them however you want. Ah, awesome, Malcolm. Or not Malcolm. Yeah, no, it's a fantastic book, isn't it? Absolutely love that one. So I'm just trying to find these little shapes. Also, I've got a light that I need to figure out how to hook up via USB plug and get like an extension that my sister Courtney made me for my birthday last week. And it's like a go live sort of light. It's got like it's this one here. I mean, it's large, you can't really see it, but it's very cool. So we'll be using that on stream. It's got like RGB lights. Very cool. Ah, good call. Good call, Redacted. Ah, Sugar Beats, welcome. The cool thing is you can actually get practicing drums on a pillow. I was listening to Travis Barker the other day, like meaning many months ago, how he would practice on a pillow. And that actually, when he was like in marching band, and that would make his like chops better, I would look up paradiddles. Alright, so get practicing those paradiddles. That helped me a lot. I've recently got a new kit as well. You'll be able to see it in a little while later on in the stream. Thank you to my family as a birthday present. It's freaking cool as shit. Highly recommend it. Anyone that wants to try drums, see if you can like rent, or just like look at go on like Marketplace or something. Just like get like an electric kit, feel it out, see if you like it, because it is freaking so much fun and it's not as noisy because you just have the headphones on. And depending on the one you get, you can make it sound like whatever drum kit that you want. It's freaking amazing. I'm in love with it. See here, so back to the art. I'm just trying to push, like it kind of looks like him, but it doesn't really. It kind of does. I'm just picking out key shapes here. Like I've just noticed that he's got these, oh excuse me, these sort of under eye lines sort of thing, and the lighting's gonna dictate how that looks as well, so that's something to take into account. But just really trying to simplify as much as possible. Ah, Blue Devil, yeah. That's something that I want to start incorporating into my work. Is that really subtle, like, there's like a process to it. There's like a real mix between like really hard shapes and like just smoother transitions in how they mold into one another. It's great. It's fantastic. Sugar Beats, it's fantastic. Appreciate it, Sergio. Sugar Beats is fantastic cardio. Particularly if you do just like, I don't know, for me, I like Blink 182 I'll do a bit of that. And I'll just play song after song after song after song. And Travis Barker, holy frick, man. His stamina is unreal. Like if you learn, like a good one where stuff started to click for me was Learning Down by Blink-182. That, having the hi-hat going like consistently for like 3 minutes or whatever it is, it'll get your heart rate up. But it's like one of those things, at least for me, like say with cardio, if I just go for a run, I get bored really quickly. But if I'm playing like basketball, or if I go and play like sports of some kind, I'll probably get more like, or if I'm dancing, like on a night out and I've had a couple, I will burn like 6,000 calories. Because it's kind of like, because it's fun. And that's how I see drums as well. It's like cardio at the same time as it's just being fun, because it's a skill that you're trying to learn and just sort of go with it. It just unlocks another side of the brain. Like the cardio is just like a byproduct, which is cool. Redacted, I tell you what. Was just an action back then. Blink-182. I think that one's a bit of a stretch, my friend. I don't know. I see you working. I see you trying. Not everyone hits. This guy's fun. He's turning out fun. Yeah, I want to try and do a bunch of different like sculpts, different characters, and do like limited batch runs of some of them. Like the ones that I think like look cool, and I'll sort of throw them up for sale. I've sorted out getting I cracked open Shopify, got that going. Now I've got to pop in this week to get the resin to see how, like, so when I finish one that I'm happy with, that I want to sort of do the first limited run, I've got the right resin and then figure out the paints and all that kind of stuff. So that's going to be a whole new adventure, which might make for good YouTube videos as well. Who knows? Alright, so this is kind of fun. I like the big eyes, because you see the whites of the eyes more so in this, like they're very apparent. Let's fill in this mustache. Yeah, Billy, that's a good point. That's a very good point. Ah, sugar beets, that's cool. I like that. I do enjoy going for walks. Like brisk walks. A holographic lenticular art poster. Holy frick, explain that to me. I get the holographic part. Lenticular. I do want to do prints. Like when I start releasing these sculpts, it's going to be like a whole thing. It's not just going to be like, here, throw the sculpt in a box and away you go. It's there's going to be, well, the plan is to have like prints, like selling prints alongside it or as part of it. Maybe even do things like a sketch note that goes along, like a physical sketch note that goes along with the sculpt. Like doing something cool like that. That's a next big step for me business-wise, is going into the physical products side of stuff. And I'm super amped for that. I cannot wait to explore and experiment with that sort of stuff. All the while doing the education stuff as well. Ah, 21 Pilots, nice. 21 Pilots. Does he have a YouTube channel? That might be the guy that I'm thinking of. Or not. Maybe not. I appreciate it, Sugar Beats. So other than the plugin, do I sell courses? If so, would they help me? I do have a Gumroad tutorial available. And I definitely think that it would help you. It comes with, it's like 8 hours. It's a tutorial going through a particular character that I drew, my thinking behind it. It also comes with like a 40-page PDF. All these links are in the description. I appreciate you, Sugar Beats. I feel like you already know this, but you're getting me to doing a little plug. I've talked about it quite a few times on here. But yeah, and it's all about sort of, it's a walkthrough tutorial. The course is coming soon. Soon as in like, soon. I hope. But yeah. And it comes with 3D models, which you can open up. It's got like screenshots of 3D models. It's also got the Blender file in there for you to sort of explore and sort of get to this. Like one of the big things that really helped me, and it's something that I talk about all the time, is thinking in 3D. Right, so understanding that these forms are 3D objects, and it just unlocks a whole world of freedom. So you can just really do whatever the heck you want and not be stuck to the reference. And that's what this, I talk about that in the tutorial because it's how I draw, right? But in this course, it's going to be based all around that and getting away from, like, utilizing photo reference, but then getting away from it and then breaking free from it and then doing all sorts of your own style, my style, whatever you want to do, really. So yeah, cannot wait till that releases. But as I've mentioned before, there will be a cohort of maybe 10 to 15 people that I'll take through live to go through the course. So keep an eye out for that if you're interested. I'll be mentioning it everywhere when it does drop. But next cab on the rank is this bloody YouTube video. I want to re-record the whole thing. I've re-recorded it twice. It's just not good enough. And I can tell that this is like a very sophisticated form of procrastination, but there's sort of like a feeling I get when I release something. It's just like, yep, this is it. It's just not quite there yet. The bones are there, but I just need to re-record it this week. Just the talking head parts to make things make more sense. David, welcome. Welcome. Ah, redacted. That would be very cool, actually. Having like a whole print like that, so it like changes. That would be sick. Mighty Miner. I do mainly draw humans, but I'll will experiment sometimes with dinosaurs. But yeah, this is all experimentation. We might eventually get into animals, some sidekicks of some of these characters, definitely. Sugar beets. Appreciate it. Yeah, sugar beets, me too. Me too, like a procrastination happens, but it's, yeah, just trying to, I've got to trick myself into not doing it. Jane, welcome. Asher, good to have you. All right. So if I'm looking at this kind of stuff, this is a little bit more simplified than what I've got here. Like a lot more simplified, but I'm sort of grabbing bits and pieces from this. Just some of the key lines, keeping things more simple. Like even this ear line here, just like bam, bam. Not taking it too far with the details. Haha, very cool, Marty. Nice one. Alright, let's do another face as a warm-up. Then I'm going to spend most of the rest of the stream exploring this blocky character that I sculpted. He's got very frank vibes, but he's like human frank. Alright, let's explore this lady's face. We might go completely different. Or not. I don't know how this is going to turn out. You never know. Sugar beets. I appreciate you. But yeah, with the Gumroad one, I do take it through the from the sketch all the way to the painting as well. Alright, let's take a look at these eyes. Where do I want to place them? I almost always will start with spheres as eyes. Almost always. It's just a nice little tool I use to get them sitting in the face a little bit more three-dimensionally. Yeah, mighty. No, I feel you. Sugar beets. You know, I hate drawing that. I just haven't done it. Maybe I only savor those kinds of drawings for special occasions that haven't happened yet. You never know. Fun guns. That alien clay. I think it was $80 Australian for like £5, which is a lot. Like I've done these 2 sculpts, and I've got like another maybe like half a kilo in spare, in excess, and you can melt it. It's like infinitely meltdownable. So you can just reuse it over and over and over again. So it's not terrible. Zach, the mouth. Simplify it. That's how, because I have trouble with mouths as well. I'm just looking at this guy in isolation. He looks like the bloody Tiger King, doesn't he? I'll never financially recover from this. What an odd fella. Now, this is an issue that I run into often. It's going too realistic with some of these shapes. So I want to simplify them down even more. What can I do? What can I do to do that? Daniel, welcome. Welcome. What's that in dollars? Like 80 Australian is maybe like 60 US or 50 something US maybe. Mighty, yeah. This is a thing. When I think about like style, I don't think that this is like my style and it's like set in stone. You know what I mean? I'm always going to evolve it, tweak it, you know, do it in different mediums like sculpting, and that's going to like help evolve my style. The development of style, in my opinion, is the mix up of all your different influences. So it's kind of like an advantage to have like a bunch of different styles that you're playing around with, because then it makes you more unique, because you're getting influenced from like a bunch of different other artists, and yeah. Ed, do you think the cast shadow in the most of the time darker than the shadow itself? Do I think that the cast shadow is most of the time darker than the shadow itself? I'm not entirely sure what you mean, Ed. My apologies. If the cast shadow is... Because the cast shadow is the shadow, no? I have not painted oil on wood. But does not mean that I will never paint oil on wood. I want to do so much stuff. I just wish we didn't have to sleep. Sleep's just so over. Actually, it's not. It's underrated. Sleep's fantastic, but it just frustrates me. Just like I just want to go and go and go and go, but it just comes a time in the day where it's just like I can't do anymore. And it sucks. I hate it. Oh, this is going to fill in, isn't it? Yep, no. So we'll go back to default Photoshop mode. These eyes, let's make these eyes bigger. And it's so interesting with the sculpting, how much it helps my drawing. And it helps my like 3D sculpting as well. Like that kind of makes more sense. It's like there's like a one-to-one kind of comparison there. But it's just like seeing and actually holding something in your hand that you're drawing is just a whole other like experience. It's just like a one step up from like sculpting it digitally. So I highly recommend, like I want to do some, like I don't want to alienate the people that are here just for the drawing, but I want to do some more like focus streams on sculpting. I want to like mesh the two worlds together, you know? I think that's the play. That's the move. And that's what I'm trying to incorporate it in here. So I'm going to do some studies of the sculpts that I've done already. So it's still drawing and it's still sort of that kind of thing, but it's, yeah. I'm just so amped about the whole sculpting thing. I just can't wait to get the first batch out there and see if anyone even is interested in it, you know? At the very least, I love it. So I can have them as like study tools and just like cool things up on the bookshelf. Sweethorn, welcome. Exact 3 a.m. Far out. Almighty, you're doing all sorts of stuff. That's cool. Zach, I appreciate it. Yeah, look, I want to play around with the stream schedule maybe. This is kind of working for me at the moment. Just to sort of kick off the week, because it's Monday for me here. Kick off the week with this. Get it done. If I were to do more streams, they would have to be focused, and they would have to be focused around a certain objective to be able to make some content around them, if that makes sense. So that would be structured. It would be like, okay, I'm going to be recording a bunch of this stream so that then I can use it, because I've just got to be economical with my time at the moment, like content wise, and just like what I'm spending my time on. The sculpting stuff is like a longer play. It's like, okay, that's like a business venture that I'm exploring. But from the other content, I really want to pump a lot more content this month, because last month I had a lot of other obligations from some other work that I was doing. So I want to really ramp that up as well. So even like this stream today, I would like to get at least the beginnings of like a nice Instagram post with like introducing the skull and the sculpture and that kind of thing, and doing a study and like a character exploration. That's my plan. But she's fun. This one's fun. This is like a nice fun little sketch, just exploring the shapes. And this is what I'll do as well. I'll just like cut things out. I'm not afraid to do surgery and cut it out. Uncle V, yeah, I know. Fun Guns, yeah. Look, I gotta check it out. I gotta check out Spider-Verse. Sugar beets, I definitely will. That's one thing I'll promise. I definitely will. Yeah, look, do a Spider-Man sculpt. The only thing is, right, I do not know the legalities of like selling. I mean, you could do just a sculpt just for fun, right? But like, if I did a sculpt of Spider-Man in my style, I don't think that's legal to sell. Or it's like a weird grey area where it's kind of legal. It could be argued that it's not. So it's just like a weird copyright minefield. So I probably wouldn't do too many of those kinds of things. But for fun on stream, or just to do it, hell yeah, definitely. Twisty, welcome. Metal Lord, welcome, good to have you. Definitely sugar beets. I've done a lot of like reading on like learning and like efficient learning and that sort of stuff, and that's very true. The more that you want to remember something and get better at something, and the more connections that you can give your brain to existing information of that new information, the better. So it's like super beneficial. Tour guide, thank you. Tongue guns, ain't that true? Yeah, Blue Devil, 100%. 1 million bajillion %. Sugar beans. Changing the roles, I love it. Zero, appreciate you. Great to have you on stream. Eblin man, he spews magic art web from his hands. There you go. Sugar beets, appreciate you. Yeah, what I want to do, actually, I've been playing around with, I don't know if you can really see that well, but like sculpting. Hold on, we'll do half and half. It'll be easier to see. Like sculpting these hands. They're just like little sketches. That's a cool thing with sculpting. You can just sketch Like I did this while I was just watching YouTube and just playing about, and then I can use this for reference. But what I want to do is actually make a like I've got this one as well. So this is more of like a rough, you can see it's like more of a rougher sort of sketch. But I would love to actually have one where it holds your stylus or your pencil or your brushes or something like that. I'll have like a series of them. I think I mentioned this last week. I want to have like a series of these in a row. But I would love to have one where it's actually like holding it's in a way where it can like hold your brush. So you can use it as reference, and it's like functional as well. And I want to call it, what brush do you use? Do not copy that. That's my idea. I copyright it, trademark. This is the documentation that it's my idea. Okay. Don't steal it. Sugar beets, yeah. Hands are one of my favorites because they are so tricky. And it's like a really nice payoff to have them actually look like hands. All right, so I've got a couple of sketches here. I think this one, that's a good idea. Yeah, that's cool. Pay tablet. Now the thing is, like, the cool thing with like doing art or like thinking about selling art in a way, it's like it comes from me, so no one can really steal it. If that makes sense. Like if it's a physical thing, it's like, yeah, you can get like a knockoff one, I guess. But if it's not stamped, if it's not signed by me, if it doesn't have like the thing of like authenticity that I'll add to it, it doesn't have my signature on it, it's just like, yeah, it's cool. But it ain't the real deal, baby. How's that website coming, Sugar Beets? No, I didn't sculpt that one. Where's the face? This one. No, I bought that one. That's a casting of a sculpt of like a baby gorilla. If I was really concerned, I wouldn't have said it on stream. Now, it might be a little bit of a shorter stream today because I really need to get this YouTube video done. What I like to do as well from a not even a motivation standpoint, but sort of like earning my like relaxation time or like my time off. I've got a little shindig at mine for my birthday this weekend coming up. So the goal is I'm not going to be able to enjoy that if I don't get that YouTube video finished. So it's almost like having things to look forward to and work towards them and have that as like, so you can completely switch off because it's like, all right, cool, I did my job. I've done it. It's complete. and then I can just relax and enjoy whatever I'm doing. It could be something as simple as just like, oh, if I want to go and just like watch a movie or watch some YouTube or something. Just getting something done before doing that just makes it all the better. Awesome, Sugar Beats. Glad to hear it. Tour guide. I studied a lot of my favorite artists and tried to break down how they did certain things, you know. That's a very simplified explanation, but really that's what I did. And this is a cool thing with sculpting, right? I can see how this like cheek will like wrap around. Right, there'll be like a plane here. Alright, how like this one. I just dropped the sculpture. Oh my gosh. Good thing it's hard as balls, this clay. So it didn't break. That's good. Whew. And it's on carpet. But what I was going to say was like just understanding, like as you're doing stuff, just even with this cheek here, like with her cheek, just understanding that like this wraps around and down. There's like it's kind of like a weird, just being able to see it like at different angles. It's a tricky sort of part of the face to grasp, I found, that like transition into the chin, but just knowing that it like actually wraps around is a game changer. That's going to be fun, Sugar Beats. That's going to be very good. Selling the big ones. Anna. Lots of practice. Yeah. And lots of thinking before I put a line down as well. So if I'll... like say if I wanted to neaten... oh, it's all on the wrong layer. And this is going to... no, that's fine. Where are we at? Excuse me. That's frustrating, but okay. Doesn't matter. It's fine. Everything's fine. Let's put this on a separate layer. So when I'm thinking about like doing the sketches, right? Or like any sort of line work, which is what my new video is going to be about. I'm thinking a lot before I let's get this here. I'm thinking a lot before I put a stroke down. Right, so I'm like, okay, where do I exactly want these lines to go, you know? So it's like, all right, I want this to like hit. And even with it being like a sketch, like I could make this sketchier, definitely, but there's just a lot of thinking. But you've got people that'll think with their pencil, you know, or their brush or their stylus or whatever you want to use. Alright, so I'll just think actually think, alright, what's wrapping around? What's a three-dimensional object? Where's the shadow gonna go? And that's really like helped to like clean up my line work and my sketches. Denise, welcome back. Alfie, good to have you. Gabrielle, that's awesome to hear. That's so cool to hear. Henry Clive, maybe I've seen his work. How did I get to the clay to be shiny? That was a thing. That was something that I was really looking for, to get that shine. Like she's not finished by any means. Like I want to get it even smoother because it's a little bit more clay, but I also want a little bit of that more traditional feel. So it's not like a 3D print. It's just like got a little bit of like my fingerprints literally in it. There's these things called rake tools, and they're almost like Actually, let's change the camera. There's these things called rake tools here, right? And they are guitar, like I made these tools, right? They're just guitar strings at different gauges, and you use them and you just go across the surface, and it kind of takes off all the high spots, and you do that over and over and over and over and over and over again. And then you take some turpentine mixed with isopropyl alcohol, get a paintbrush, go over it, and that kind of melts the top layer, and that smooths it all out. And then I just go over it with my thumb to like polish it almost. So it's a bit of a process, but it's yeah, it's well worth it, I think. I know, Denise. Look at me go. I've got it all sorted out now. Denise, thanks so much. Thank you. Yeah. No, just doing some sketches, some sketch warm-ups. I like this guy. I might draw him or like paint him up eventually. Anna, when did I start digital art? I was very young, maybe like 14, 13, but not consistently. That was when I just like got a Wacom tablet, like a tiny little one, and I opened Photoshop and I like drew on it. That's when I like technically started, but it doesn't, it was more so my actual drawing that I went deep into, like traditional drawing on paper through high school. And I still did digital stuff in high school and that sort of stuff. But yeah, I've been drawing on and off for most of my life. Yeah, maybe not this stream, Sugar Beats, because I do want to get this the sculpture character exploration going. Maybe we'll see how we go. Alien, yeah, it would have to be. It would have to make big numbers to do that, definitely. To make it worth it, because it would take a lot of time. But at the moment, I'm thinking just doing exclusive batch runs of maybe like, I don't know, I haven't even cast them yet. I don't even know that process, so I want to get it going pretty quickly and get something out there. But maybe of like 10 to 15 to start, see how that goes. Okay, do another batch run, and just keep it small batches, and not just always have something. Like I want to do the model of just like exclusive drops. There's like a cadence of like exclusive drops, different designs, because those take time. Those are going to take time to develop. I want to do like full characters, like actual full characters of mine, both like to be used for maybe like like stylized anatomy study, and just as like art, just like cool sculptures. It's interesting. I can't wait. I honestly cannot wait to like really get this going. Michaela, welcome back. Good to have you. Yeah, Sugar Beats is really fun. Even making your own tools. I'm really enjoying like making things with like physically. And just knowing like the tool that you make helped you make the thing. Like it's pretty cool. I should sculpt Barbie. Yeah, if I wanted to hop on that train, yeah. That would not be a bad idea, but yeah, probably not. James, what is it? Jason Freeney has already done one. It's fantastic. He like drew her like anatomically correct as well. It's very cool. Blue Devil, haven't run into anything like that. Touch wood yet. If it's like a character that looks too similar to something, then it just needs to change. Or if it's like a sketch and it's just like an Instagram post, it doesn't need to change. It just is what it is. Oh, how fitting, this song. I'm a Gemini. Sugar Beats. What do I think most helped my art click in my mind? The thing that helps me the most is to try and like understand first understand the problem that I'm trying to solve. Like, is my line work not where I want it to be? It's like, okay, then like having a focus, right? This could be anything. This could be like face shapes. This could be painting skin, painting shiny stuff, you know? It's all, there's something actually that I found that I can display or like explain something which I wish I'd known a long time ago when it comes to like reflection and that kind of stuff. So we might crack open Blender a little bit later. I figured out a way to explain that pretty cool in a cool way. But taking those ideas and not just copying them out of a book or a course, but actually trying to slog through the frustration of doing it on my own. So for example, if I wanted to take like Jin Kim's line work, for example, absolutely love his line work, is beautiful. I would try and draw my own character, but using his line work. So kind of like being a translator in a way. Of seeing if I can translate his work into, or like his line style, his problem solving skills into my own context. That helps speed up the process so much. Because it's kind of like when I started to just copy others, I was like, okay, now what? Like, what do I do? Whereas if you're going straight and actually trying to draw your own character, you know what's next. You know what looks right, what doesn't look right, and what sort of challenges that you want to tackle next with the character. So yeah, that would be my like sort of very high level answer to that, I think. Anna. I'm using Photoshop, and I'm using a tablet and a stylus. It's an XP pen. It's in the description. But all these principles, I like any principles that I'm using, I want to know that I could use them traditionally with a pencil and paper if I wanted to, you know? So it's not just like, when it comes to layers and that kind of thing, it's kind of got to be digital, but the result that the layers and the layer modes and color modes and all that kind of thing are trying to get are principles that you could get with on one layer, or in an oil painting, or in gouache, or whatever, you know? Like, they're kind of universal in that sense. Art of Anne. That's so cool. No, glad to hear it. You're a Gemini as well, Sugar Beats. There you go. Anna, I would look at artists that you enjoy and see how they solve some of their problems. Like, for example, if you like the way that I drew the nose, right? And particularly because I've got the reference here, you can see my decision making. I'd be like, all right, I want my nose, I want to try this out. You've got to like try things before you know how to do stuff, if that makes sense. So it's one of those things of giving a lot of different things a go, particularly if your drawings are just looking the same all the time. If that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. Sugar Beats. Oh yeah, me too. I think it's fucking bullshit. But yeah, it's just I know that like I'm a Gemini. Sugar Beats, you've been cleaning pieces of wood to paint on? If that's the case, that's fine. Yeah, Denise, you and me both. But not knocking on people that do take it seriously, you know? Each to their own. You do you. I couldn't care less. For me personally, not for me. Michaela, I haven't played around with it though. I'll have to play a little bit. Denise, yeah, Blender. It's a beast you have to tame. I mean, I think I had a crash on stream last week. All right, I've also got to make up 20 squats from last week that I didn't do. So I've got to do 60 squats this stream. So, there you go. There's that. Quick tip with the line work. Where things touch, it's oftentimes a good idea to add a darker line sometimes. And like where things overlap. Just a little bit of a darker line can just help show that it's like touching. What were some of the mistakes you were making when I first started digital art? It would probably be a bit easier to say what mistakes I wasn't making. All of them, you know, focusing too much on the tools, what brush to use, stopping a lot, like before it was finished or before I'd learned something and just getting frustrated. Those are my main things, and that's not even like exclusive to digital art. That's just painting and drawing in general. All right, these are fun. This has to, so if this is here, then that brow should be back there a little bit more. There we are. Do the old flipperoo. All right, sick. These were fun. These are, I'm actually going to save these because I might paint them up for a post in the future. Monday, shit, it's already the 5th June 2023. Stream. All right. Twisty. Blue Devil, I've dabbled very, very briefly. It's something that I'd love to get into though. 2D animation. Denise, I know there's a bit of a delay. Sugar beets, awesome. Do push-ups. I want to change it up. Squats is cool. We can also do push-ups. We can, do all sorts of stuff. We can have a dedicated squat cam. I can turn this little camera for the sculpts around. We can have that. Blueberry. Unfortunately, I cannot. All right, let's change the mode. We've got old mate here. Don't know his name. Haven't figured out a name yet. But we've got live. Actually, I want to... Cool. Got that little thing all the way. Let's get him up a little bit closer. give him like a front-on shot to begin with. Actually, you know what? It's a good time for a break. What I should do really is what am I doing? I need something to say. Alright, this is going to be Jankaz, but this is what this stream's about. What is it, like stream? What do we even call that segment? Stream. Scream squat. Stream squat. Time. There we go. How original and engaging. But I need to do it because I've been skipping legs at the gym, which I'm not proud of. Okay. Bam. Let's do it. Flip it around. Oh, here's a new drum kit. Bloody love it. Now. Okay. All right, that was 20. I've paid off my debts of last week. And we're back. Bloody hell. Twisty, I recommend cracking open Blender. Get some 3D models out. All right, and we're back. Shane, how you doing? Good to have you. Yeah, cracking open the clay. That has been so much fun. Like, it's my new favorite thing. Thank you, Sugar Beats. I know. All right, so let's explore this character. He does look very Frank-esque, but it's just because he's got a square head. And so does Frank. Frank's very pushed a lot more than this guy. Thanks, man. Thanks, Shane. Yeah, getting there, learning slowly but surely. I might want to do them as like a maybe a pair. I don't know. They look like they're in the same world, in the same universe. Doggies, yes, this is live. Whoop. What's happened here? Oh, hold on, I've lost chat. I've lost chat. Okay, I found chat. Oh, my Lanta. Okay. And we're back. Denise. Catch you later, Blue Devil. My pleasure, my friend. Sugar beets if you didn't, that's fantastic. Alright, let's have a look here, hey? So, I just got to make sure I got this on. Let's explore this character. So, I wanted him to be really blocky because I wanted to explore the skull and the sort of anatomy that might be underneath some of these like stylized characters. And I just love the look of like just a really blocky head. Alright, so this line, these lines here, like this one here, just indicates that side plane of the face, right? It indicates that this guy, like down there. I've got to fix this thing here. It's a little bit bulbous. Looks like he's like chewing gum or something. If we start with the front view, then we can sort of like explore and play around with the side view as well. Sparker, I appreciate it. Yeah, it's a lot of practice. Denise, that's all right. Yeah, give it a break. Give it a break. Blender can be very frustrating sometimes. Let's center him a little bit more so it makes more sense. There we go. Alright, again, I like to add the eyes. I do want to fix the eye a little bit on the sculpt itself. And I didn't want him to have like a super like angry like expression. I wanted it to be a subtle expression, but I almost wanted it just to be a little bit kind of like, I don't know. There's a little bit more going on there rather than just like a big grumpy stylized character. Ah, Denise, thank you. Yeah, no, he's been fun. He's been fun to work on. Sugar beets. I haven't, like, the last couple of weeks, I've not been outside much. And that's not a good thing. It's really, really not a good thing. So I've not had the opportunity to see any animals. I mean, I've seen the dogs a lot. But, you know, that doesn't count. But when I haven't been outside, what? Have I seen anything? Anything in particular? I don't know. Can you guys hear that? That like pigeon or owl? Like, I think it was a pigeon, not an owl. It just like went with the music, like perfectly. I hope you guys can hear that. Oh, it's too faint. It's just like going to the music. It's just like hitting the beat, bang on. Pipelon. I try and look at other artists, see what they're doing. And almost get like FOMO, like fear of missing out. Be like, oh, I want to try that. Or like, oh, that's cool. That's a cool technique. Or try a completely different medium. Like with sculpting, like I love it. And it's really like sparked in another side of what's possible, you know? Yeah, sugar beets. I really do. I need to get, like, I only got to go to the gym twice last week. Didn't go outside, didn't go for walks. It's really, like, for my mental health, I need to go out and do stuff. Because I was like, yeah, it's what we're made to do. So it's definitely, yeah, something I've got to prioritize. Speaking of, I might actually do this stream a little bit shorter than usual. When I say shorter, maybe it's like a 3.5 hour one instead of like a 7-hour one. And then I'll go for a walk, then I'll come back, and then I'll work on this YouTube video, I reckon. That's the plan. But first I'd love to actually get a couple of sketches at the very least of this guy. Maybe in some with some different expressions and that kind of stuff. To then be a post. For the old Instagrams. Dazzling, welcome. Toki, good to have you. Oh, sugar beets, no way. That's so cool. Got a baby deer. Appreciate it, Shane. I love me some planes. Planes are great. Ah, dazzling, getting back into the normal pencils. Traditional. Nice one. Favorite movie I watched as a kid? Probably Toy Story. And Jurassic Park. The life of a hermit artist. That's something I don't want to be. I really don't want to be a hermit artist. It's at least for my mentality doesn't super suit me. I've got to go out and do stuff, do things. At the very least, just for myself. Not even like just going out with friends and stuff, but just going outside, keeping up with the fitness, the gym. Like it's so easy to not though. That's the tricky part. It's so easy to be like, oh, I'm working on this thing. It's really going well. I'm loving it. Let's go tomorrow. It's so easy to do that. I appreciate it, Sugar Beats. Not a bad idea, Sugar Beats. Deleting the apps. Yeah. Spark, yeah, I'm giving away my age. I know. Oh, God. There's like a nice balance here. He's got very sharp edges, right? He's very blocky. There's a nice balance with like rounding this ear off, I think. Like I did. This was the initial sketch of before I did the sculpting. It was just a side and front view of like the concept, and that's as far as I went. So here I'd like to go a little bit deeper and explore him a little bit more. Art event. Yeah, you and me both. There's one of the big reasons. Sugar Beats. Yeah, no, I don't find the gym boring though, that's the thing. It's just getting there is the issue. Jimmy, welcome. Yo, welcome. I'm doing well. How you doing? Denise, nah, it's worked well. It's working great. Mind you, the resolution on this isn't fantastic for actually drawing on the screen itself from the one, at least this one, but this is like a few years old now. So I actually just use it as a tablet. But yeah, no, look, I've used it. Every piece of content that you've seen me post has been done on pretty much this or the iPad. So no, I reckon it's good. See, this is where, like, it's things like you see. Let's see if I can make this. If I move I just got to adjust the lights. Hold on. Uno momento. Like, even things when you're thinking about drawing, right? You can see the edge of his nose, the sort of front edge of his nose. You can see as well just the back part of that. So what I'm talking about here, these sculpts are like wicked teaching tools as well, I think. Like, just in this, just thinking about it as I'm doing it, it's like, yeah, it's right here. I can sort of explain some concepts. So you can see this front edge, right? But then you can also see this back edge, and that's going to show some perspective in there, you know? Instead of just imagining that it's just that, you've got, and that can sometimes also make just the drawing feel a little bit more three-dimensional, because you're actually taking into account some of these three dimensions. Might even want to do something with the nose a little bit. Like, for example, at the moment, let's get her out of the way a little bit. And over. I've got him on a lazy Susan, so I can do this. So you can see his nose is like very flat. I'll actually want to push that nose out a little bit more. So I would like to, it almost looks like his nose is kind of cut off at the moment. And I might want to bring his top lip back even more, just a tad, I think. Right, so if I like the angle. I'm digging the angle at the moment. Right, so it's sort of like his head's going back, like his head and neck are just all one. That gives him that real like muscular look. What I would like this nose? Just a... I mean, we could do like a cool little thing like that with the nose maybe. Then have it push back and then have his like underbite to make him look a little bit more Neanderthal-y. Just a little bit more, as the Americans would call it, more like a jock. Sugar Beats, I turned 30 on the 2nd, so 3 days ago. Oh, dazzling nice. What books you got the dude Daniel? So like, what are these books? This is, what is it? An old HTML and CSS book, an old JavaScript and jQuery book, and The Innovators by Walter Isaacson. Highly recommend that one. It talks about the sort of innovators, as the name says. I appreciate it, Denise. You have a good night. Thanks for popping in. Astro, welcome. Infinite Moha, welcome. I like that name. Appreciate it. Thank you, Art of Anne. Appreciate it. Thank you. Not welcome. Thank you, Moha. Infinite Moha. I appreciate it, Daniel. No worries, Sugar Beats. Okay, let's get this silhouette. I'm actually quite happy with the silhouette compared to everything else, and that's the gouge that just got when I dropped it just before. It just got like a little gouge out. And if that's the worst thing that happened from that drop, I'm pretty happy with that. Listen to that, like, it's bloody hard, right? It's not gonna deform too bad, but I mean, it hit the corner of the table, so that's not too bad. That's the worst that's sort of happened to it. Oh, and it looks like a bit on the chin is here as well. That's fine. That's like a 2-second fix. Alright, so we've got to think about how these cheeks are going to sort of come down here. The eyes have actually been really fun to sculpt, because I found it easier to actually just put like a massive clay and then carve back in the sphere versus putting a sphere in and then going the other way. I don't know, it feels more intuitive to do it that way. So kind of different to how I do it digitally, where I'd actually put the sphere in and then do the spheres of the eyes and do the lids as like a separate step. I actually quite like this slightly bigger eye. So this is where I can like iterate. I can like bring it in here. I can like live look at it, and then I could even I could like overlay a sketch onto the camera, so then when I'm sculpting I can like check back and forth to see like if it's sort of matching up. So I'm like utilizing digital tools for like traditional workflows. Oh, that sounds like fun. Shane, no, this is alien clay. Alien clay. You've done like traditional sculpting, yeah? Because I've only ever seen your digital stuff. Because I would love to get some. We still got to catch up, man. Like we've got to sort out a time. But I'd love to pick your brains with traditional sculpting and digital as well. But this is just such a new thing for me. I actually like this silhouette more. This seems like a little bit more on the friendly side. Yeah, it's kind of a flatter note. The silhouette is different. Oh, you've mainly done digital. Oh, cool. I want to try out the wet clay as I start to do more and more of this stuff, and maybe like as I start to sell more, like put more out in batches, because it feels like wet clay would be a faster medium to work with. Oh, Shane, man. It is the most fun. The hours go. Like it just, they just, zoop. 9 hours. Should we get to eat? At least I did. So it's, yeah, I absolutely love it. And it gives you something as well, like from a business standpoint. Gives me like a new venture to sort of explore. Like I'm pulling a lot of inspiration from Jack of the Dust and his sort of business model on Instagram. Yeah, right, okay. I'll have to try, because I just wasn't confident, because this is the first time I've been playing around with it. And I like the idea of reusability to start with the, it's less permanent. But then I can just like silicone mold these ones. But yeah. Nah, wet clay seems like the way to go, I reckon. Like down the track, because I think, yeah, Jack of the Dust, Andy from Jack of the Dust uses that as well. Yeah, so I think if we're looking here, yeah, here is this jowl is too big. It looks like he's chewing gum almost. So I need to knock that back in the sculpt. Yeah, Daniel, I know, that's why I changed it. I'm just on a random playlist. Oh, Shane, that's good to know. That's good to know. I had to see if there's any suppliers here in Adelaide. Because it's Walter E. Disney clay, I think it stands for, which I didn't realize. So it's like, yeah, I think where it originated from was, like, Shane, you probably know this, but from the Disney theme parks, doing their sort of stuff with like the Imagineering team and that kind of stuff. So that's pretty cool. So yeah, if I ever did, or when I get into like large scale stuff and experimenting with that, that could be cool. Yeah, so his eye's lower here, I think. So the eye's lower. Spark Owl, yeah. Yeah, I was looking to get some monster clay, but I couldn't get anywhere I live, or I thought I couldn't. But then I went to a place where they did have it, but they recommended alien clay, which is something very similar, I think. Pretty similar, but it is a little bit different. And particularly the hard, getting the hard version, because then you can like really sculpt details and that kind of stuff. But it means that you do have to warm it up. So I've got like you see behind here, that's like a crock pot slow cooker thing, and that's where all the clay is. And I just turn that to low, so then it makes it malleable. Ina, thanks so much. Yeah, no, it's kind of a dream come true. This is what I've kind of always wanted to do, is eventually be able to create maquettes and have them really sitting there next to me and sort of bring my characters to life. And here we are. Yeah, the high stuff is definitely the best. Yeah, I can get monster clay over here. I found out I can. Yep, Daniel, I have done figure drawing live, which was great. It's a different beast all in itself. It's really, you just see things so differently. And particularly because you can actually walk around the model as well. You can understand what's in perspective and what's actually happening. It's super, yeah, very, very beneficial, I think. Yeah, I think with the eyes as well, the sculpt is too flat. Just comes straight across. I think to give him just a slight, like a little bit of a kinder feel, if you just like up tilt the lash, like it can still look a little bit kind of like sleepy-ish. But just having that little up tilt there, I think changes it to more of a kind eye. And his eye's quite small in the sculpt, it's like that. Alright, so I might actually make the iris a little bit, yeah, the iris a little bit bigger. And this is all like, it's not easy to do, but it's like, it's doable. It's all, we're making adjustments, it's fine, we're learning as we go. I mean, technically, I've got the camera there. I could actually just like pop in and change this stuff live. And I think what I've got here is his nose a little bit higher and his mouth higher again up here. Which could be fun to play with. Yeah, this feels better, this eye, than what I've got sculpted there. Now the thing that sculpting can tell you, right? I mean, we could draw all this and that kind of thing, but these kind of planes in here, it really makes you think, like, what the heck is going on in here? Because you've got to figure it out. Because it might look good, say, in this angle, right, on the profile view, but you've really got to figure out, like, what's going on all internally here, which then makes you think and really like analyze what the forms are, what the shapes are, what they're doing, why they're doing what they're doing. So I want this guy to feel a little bit more kind. Sugar Beet's nice. Now into painting. I was doing software development and design. Spark Owl. EJ. I don't know. Maybe because I'm talking too much and going back and forth. But no, I appreciate everyone that's here. Don't have to have hundreds of people watching. Doesn't bother me. This is just a good practice. A future stream could be Ben freestyling to some fire beats. Oh God, no! I don't think I could freestyle. Definitely not. I mean, if I tried, yeah, but I'm just not going to. Yeah, Ray Blake, that's a very good idea. Yeah, I'll see you across the Spider-Verse, I reckon. Yeah, I was thinking about how do I bring some of that animated feel into sculpture. I think there could be something really cool there. What? I'm not sure, but yeah. I appreciate it, Sugar Beats. Thanks for popping in. I'll catch you in the next one. Daniel, yes, it's something that I'm thinking about ramping up soon. Selling prints, and this is probably like these sculptures are probably going to be my first physical thing to sell. I don't know about like hoodies and hats and that kind of thing. If I were to do that, I would want to like source them myself and get like really high quality stuff that I would actually want to wear, so that then people could sort of pick it up if they want to support the channel and what I'm doing. But really the ultimate support would be from buying the prints or the sculpts and that kind of stuff. And it's just, it's a business sort of thing. Whereas merch is like, merch is like a business thing, of course, but I don't know, I feel like it'd be secondary to like the actual art, if that makes sense. I've got to give value instead of just like slapping my stuff on a shirt. But no, prints, definitely. I've been in conversations with someone that does it very, very well and has got it all sorted out and knows how to do it. So that'll be coming soon. Shapes and forms and drawing and you know what? It would be fun to do like shirts like that. You know, like it could be fun. Oh, good. All right. Catch you later, Sugar Beats. It's only pixels, baby. Could be a good shirt. Yeah, it could be actually. I want to do a hat. I love to do a hat because I always wear a hat. And it's just something that I always do. And if I could wear my own hat that I'm proud of, that looks cool, that'd definitely be the plan. Let's take a look here. Maybe his mouth could be just a little bit smaller, just like Spark out. Cool. Well, good to know. Good to know. I'll think about it. I'll have to have a think. See, it's an energy game and a time game for me at the moment. It's just, yeah, prioritizing the time. Right, so now we got this. I wanted to give him bigger teeth as well. Like, it's not realistic at all. It's like definitely stylized, you know. But I'm taking cues from real life, like where the nose hole would kind of start and end is where I'd want to put it on the skull. I mean, this might even help. Just this sketch, I think, could help me. And also a thing that I was playing around with last night is, if you can see ever so slightly, he's got like, his teeth has got an underbite. So his bottom jaw is jutting out further than the top jaw. So that's what I want, because that is what could give him this, like, that sort of look. Dazzling, no thoughts, have not seen it, have no idea what it's about. Like, I know it's about Barbie, but it's like, okay, what angle are they going with it? Like, I don't think it's a kids movie, is it? The Wacky Lab. Welcome. I like the name. Alright, let's see if we can line up some of our thinking here. Top of the eye, bottom of the eye. Cool, got that pretty well. Yeah. Bridge of the nose, the eyebrow, bottom of the nose. Yeah, so that will bring this nose right up, maybe a little bit higher. Maybe, I don't know, maybe somewhere in between there, we'll see. And the mouth is actually, yeah, it's all the way up here. Interesting. Yeah, he feels more kind with those proportions. Yeah, so he would bring the nose up, change the eyes completely, make them, you know what, I'm gonna do that quickly. Here's my box of tools that I've accrued over the last 2 weeks. Like, some made, some I bought. But let's see if I can actually do something to the eye. Yeah, better. Like it. But then we need to adjusting his eyelids and that kind of stuff takes a little bit more time. And like having his eyes maybe art tool for that. We need shing. Do that. I'll do that later. Didn't change it too much, but it's just sort of like almost making a note for myself of like what to do. And it kind of fits in with the skull side even more. Like the nose fits in with the nose hole. The bottom jaw is going to make more sense when his mouth is up higher. So that's cool. I think we've even got to make his eyes. Yeah, we've got to do some stuff with his eyes. That eye can even be gouged out even more. Ah, wacky, yeah. Yep, I can see that. Wonder if we can like draw him. Side profile view here. Dazzling, last week I did one. And the views dropped off a cliff. But I think it would be more interesting because I didn't have a plan. It was just like doing really tiny little bits and pieces on it. But what I reckon I'll do if I were to do a live sculpting stream, it'll be very focused, and it probably from the beginning, where I actually start with just the clay and start going at it and getting it to something that's a little bit and just doing something that's a little bit more interesting, right? Because it's all well and good just to go live, but it's got to be interesting to some degree, you know. So let's see if like I wanted him to be like laughing. Let's see how I do that. Because he's a more joyful guy. Mr. Akash, unfortunately I can't understand what you're saying. Ah, awesome, Spark. Nah, great to have company from you as well. I appreciate it. The wacky, yeah, it was. Yeah, I literally sketched it out. And I just wanted a blocky guy. He's kind of got very similar features to Frank, like that blue guy in the video. But he's like more human. Oh, Anna, thank you so much. Awesome, Mr. Akash. Welcome. The sick thing is I can just like literally look over. It's like how would his brow go? I just look over. There it is. Bam. Bam. Mark, welcome. let's see if we can get this center line in. Good morning, Mr. Akash. Blissful. He does have Frank's older brother vibes. Mark, no, I've not run out of clay just yet. Daniel, off the top of my head, Angela Sung, love her work. I also love Rob Ruppel. His work is phenomenal. I love it. Twisty, how's that? That's cool. So now, because I'm not entirely sure with the pose of the expression, my lines are a little bit more sketchy, a little bit more exploratory, if you know what I mean. Yeah, Mark. Oh, imagine. Zaylee Arts, welcome. How you doing? Forgetful. I use 3 apps. I use Descript, I use Adobe After Effects, and I use Premiere Pro. Yep, Twisty, this is the tricky part. This is the tricky part. Because, exactly right, I am inventing shapes. But I can like look around and start to see like where where this sort of makes sense. He's kind of not looking like him at the moment, which is fine. We'll get there. Place the eyes again. Let's throw the nose in there. This is what takes time and messing about and it doesn't look like him at all. So if we just did a closed mouth, does that still look like him? That looks more like him. So then let's open the mouth. Let's think about the teeth. Dazzling. Yeah, sometimes, and that's why I'll sometimes just try and make it look less smooth. And how do I make the sculpture base? Yeah, so I use like this metal pole, but then if you can see, like in his eye, there's like blue in there, and even on the side here, there's like blue. So what that is electric tape wrapped around a alfoil, like aluminium foil with wire to make it really sturdy. And then I just wrap that in painter's tape, actually. It's painter's tape. And then connected that to the metal pole, and that sort of keeps it pretty sturdy. Yeah, definitely Spark. Yep. Cool. Sculpture Geek's wicked. I loved his Donkey Kong, his recent Donkey Kong. This is looking so much like Frank, this pose though. Kind of annoying, but it's a different character. It's human. It's human Frank, so that's fine. Spark out. Oh, awesome. Oh, you met him? Frank will return accent and all. He will be making an appearance in the next video. That's for sure. Ah, Spark, very cool. Nice, Ren and Stimpy. That'll be cool. Catch you later, Mark. Yeah, imagine the just Bugs Bunny teeth. And that's it. The Wacky Lab. That I want him to be good. I want him to be misunderstood. That's what I want him to be. Right, what other expression do I want to give him, you know? Some like reference of expressions maybe, and see if we can map them onto his face. I might do that for another half hour and then I might wrap the stream up. Got a lot to do. Let's go sad expressions. That's a good one. You know what, let's just use that one. Alright, before I do, a quick 5-minute break. Please and thank you. I should make that clearer. Back in 5 minutes. All right, I will see you shortly. Oh, where's my chat gone? All right, I'll be back soon. we're back. I'm back. Hopefully you're back. I had an idea. I think I could take some screenshots of my face in different expressions, and then we can try and map those. So after we do this lady here, so we've got this lady, her expression, she's really, really upset. So we get rid of this. And I kind of just want to do a character sheet for like a, I still don't like this. There's something up with this. I'm not entirely sure. Something to do with the nose and maybe the lips, and this is what this is all about, right? And then maybe I can come out with another sculpt with like smaller ones with different expressions, and just, yeah. I'm all about the sculpts recently. I'm loving it. Alright. I think that could be it. Square off that nose. Alright. Let's see if we can't get something feeling sad. Why is the zygomatic arch so tricky? Because it's going back and out and around, and it's hollow inside. I think that's a zygomatic arch, like this thing here. Yeah, because if you look from behind, like I haven't gone completely all the way through, but it's kind of like ducks in, and it's got a little bit of a curve to it. So there's that, which makes it tricky. Drawing on the wrong layer, of course. Okay. So what am I seeing here with this expression? Eyebrows up. Right? So I want some of this, like even just that. What? You can start to see sadness. Okay. And lips down. So I'm seeing these lines going down and these lines up. So the nose isn't really going to change from a structural perspective. So we want to dazzling. Yeah, the teeth are something, like with the teeth, you got to remember that they don't move. Like the jaw, they're attached to the jaw underneath, and that helped me a lot. Because as soon as my mouth started to look a little bit wonky and the teeth started to look a little bit wonky, I know, okay, there's something wrong here. It's not stuck to the skull, if you know what I mean. Prathab, welcome. Prathab, it kind of just happened. Like I had maybe a very tiny little thought in the back of my head that, oh, that'd be cool one day if I sort of built a bit of a following, but it kind of happened a lot faster than I thought it would. And it's given me a lot of opportunities as well. And it's why I preach the good word of artists. Get your stuff out there. Because all I had to do was not post. it was so easy just to not. And then all of this last like year and a half, it really, honestly, it changed my life. And it's a lot of you that are popping in here to sort of keep me company that have made a lot of the things that I'm working on and trying to do possible. So I'm eternally grateful. So he's got a smaller upper lip, right? So that's like a... He's gonna go. Fix my iPad settings. Alright, so go to battery, low power mode off. Thank you. Actually, probably a combination of things. I notice right before I get really into something, and if you looked at like my YouTube For Me page, I just started to watch some people. I'm just like, oh, that'd be cool. Too much messing around though, you know, like way too much messing around. And I was like, oh, you know, I've been doing some sculpting digitally. Maybe I'll give it, okay, what clay do they use? And then I just slowly over the weeks just started to explore like the types of clay that people used. And then it just inched closer to being a little bit more realistic for me to pick it up. It's like, all right, Chavant medium clay, let's try that one. I was like, all right. And then I just looked up in my area, Chavant medium clay. All right, now I know a place where it sells it. And then I didn't do it for a couple of weeks. And then it just slowly. And I just finally pulled the trigger on the Chavant clay, came home, did it for like 9 hours straight. And I was like, I love this. Where do I get more? How do I do this? How do I do that? And it's this kind of like process of just building on like curiosity. It's like, okay, I can do this now. How do I get it to look like this? And then I go and ask people, and then I go through the forums and YouTube videos and that kind of stuff, and then you get all these different ideas of different tools and ways of going about things, and then it's just, yeah, it just kind of snowballs. And now I'm thinking about production, I'm thinking about the business side of stuff, I'm thinking about, okay, how can I turn this into a business, selling my art, using this in content, and it kind of just like ramps up from there. So it was really just came from curiosity in the beginning. Ashin, welcome. Yeah, yo, that was a big thing, was keeping like the style that I enjoy with the sculpture itself. And that's like a challenge, because more organic things, I was told, at least from one guy that I talked to that is a sculptor himself, he says, yeah, organic forms are a little bit easier than more geometric forms, because you can get away with a little bit more. Like, you don't have to be as precise with some of the lines and that kind of stuff. But I was like, hell, I'm up for the challenge. Heck yeah. Especially if it actually can turn into something, all right? Because here's the plan. I've got more of a idea of a plan in my head of where I want this stuff to go. I want I've talked about this in the podcast last week, but I'll mention it here while you've got me talking about it. I've got myself talking about it, no one asked. But I've got the education side, right? I've got a course in the works that's going to sort of always be there, right? All this content, this free content is, I don't see myself stopping this anytime soon. That's like one sort of pillar of the business. The second pillar, I'm really thinking about selling my art and being like an artist. myself and actually being, okay, how do I sell prints? How do I sell originals? How do I sell sculpts? And sort of creating this nice little ecosystem of education, but also selling my art, and the two sort of intertwining somehow. And potentially, like, the goal is to actually get a studio space where I can have an actual studio to do the work, to create content in a, I mean, this is my studio at the moment, right? This is my office, but actually like fulfill orders out of there, kind of like what 1000's doing now, if you're familiar with him. And then sort of ramp this up as sort of big as I can make it, you know. I've got pretty big aspirations with it. And also the software side of things, creating tools for creators, like with Francis, and doing the podcast and talking about the business behind the being a creator, although that sounds wanky to me, and like supporting other creators somehow. And almost making like a little ecosystem of, just some cool stuff. Something that I'd be jazzed every morning to, like, I get up every morning and like I'm like excited to try stuff out and do things. And like, content's been a little bit slower this month, just because I mentioned earlier I'd had some other sort of prior engagements that I needed to take care of, but just really turning this into something bigger than just myself and like just teaching stuff, you know what I mean? Really spinning it up a little bit bigger, which is going to be cool. I'm really excited about that, because I never thought about that as well. I was like, who's going to want to, and it could all fail. It could all, there's no guarantees with any of this stuff, but I'm definitely interested in giving it a bloody red hot go, you know? Duncan, welcome. Orangie, good to have you. Oh, Prithab, that's awesome. That's so cool. But yeah, being very transparent, I have days where I don't feel like doing it as well. Like, I kind of woke up this morning being like, oh, there's so much I've got to do. All right, gotta do the stream, because I know that I'll like it when I get into it. And lo and behold, I am enjoying myself now. Whereas I wasn't like jumping out of bed with joy about drawing today. It happens. It's a part of it, and it's just sometimes you just got to figure that out. Just go through it, and it's always going to be there, that feeling sometimes, that like lack of motivation or whatever. But motivation is kind of bullshit, I think. How do I push this further? Let's really make the eyebrows. That's another tip from a social media kind of thing. Characters with more emotion tend to do well, because I think there's something about people relating to them more, and I enjoy doing them more as well, so it's kind of like a win-win. Or even like subtle emotion, because there's like a relation thing there. Like, people can relate, and I can relate to just being in despair. Not always, but I've felt that emotion before. Your average Malay, Photoshop and tablet. Yo, yeah, big plans, but it's something to aim for, you know, something to sort of goalpost to go towards. Chalkboard, yeah, it's a learnt thought pattern, right? With business, it's not something that I was born with, I don't think. But just sort of over the years, you just start to, I don't know, with the software stuff, trying to get that off the ground and the learnings from that, and still learning. Like I've still got the software company that's still going, and sort of talking to customers, and a lot of it is also meeting people that are doing the thing and just seeing that it's possible instead of just hearing about it, say, on social media and this and that. It was actually, you know what? Are you guys familiar with Kehasuk? I think that's his name on Instagram. This guy. Big shout out to, his name's Chris. This guy. Right? I talked to him and met him the other month, and we sort of catch up most weeks now with a few other people, and just hearing his story, and I was like, man, it's possible. It's like, shit, super possible. And just meeting someone that's doing it, and I'm hoping, like, not to, if I'm going to be like any inspiration to anyone or whatever, like, but just, and that's where I want to like help other creators somehow. Not like I'm some super success yet, but just to get to a point where it's like, yeah, start creating your own stuff and doing cool shit, you know. Life's too short to be doing stuff you don't want to do, in my opinion, of course. Anyway, rant over. There you go. How's that? Wacky, how have you been doing? How long have I been doing art for? On and off for most of my life. And when I say on and off, it's like some years I didn't do much art at all. I focused on music. Like in high school in particular, I was all about guitar, always. Speaking of, yeah, can you see the old Gibson Les Paul back there? That was a guitar I had in high school. Still have it, obviously. But now I'm like way into drums as well. I think finding a balance of things as well, because I'll have ideas while I'm playing the drums, and it's just, I don't know, it's the similar sort of area of the brain, I think, like creative fields. Like I'll have ideas for my drawings while I'm sculpting, and I'll have ideas with sculpting when I'm drawing, and I'll have ideas for business while I'm doing other stuff, and when I'm drawing, like, it's just like a nice, keeps it interesting, keeps it forever changing. Now these teeth, how does her teeth, so there's a cylinder here, right? It like wraps around the teeth. You can think of them kind of like a cylinder. And then like video editing as well. Like it's all, I want to set up my life where it's like I'm doing cool shit that I enjoy, and I'm making like a good living from it. I think there's not enough talk about money and finances in the creative space as well. So I want to kind of like break that stigma more so, and like share real numbers, real sales, how it's all going, you know. It looks a bit bucktooth here as well. CGI Visual. How you doing, CGI? Are you now drawing with brush settings or tablet pressure settings? I find put the pen pressure on PS, it will stop using the tablet settings, right? No. These are my settings. Ready to screenshot? Bam. Shape dynamics. 3, 2, 1. Texture. I believe this texture came from the Kyle Webster pack, just out of one of his brushes. I'm just using the same texture. Transfer. 3, 2, 1. And a bit of smoothing. So screenshot that, just go back in the stream. Screenshot that, and then you have the exact pressure settings that I had. or that I have, that I'm working on, you know. She looks super sad right now, which is what I was after. AJ Touch? No, I don't know AJ Touch. Oh, yo, that means a lot. That's awesome. That's really cool, my friend. I mean, how would we even push this even more? This is what I want to start thinking about. Pushing. So let's add another layer on top and see. So we've got the eyes. The eyeball is not going to move, right? So that's a stagnant kind of thing. It will rotate, but it's really like a solid thing. The eyelids, the muscles around the eyes are going to move. So, hey Jules, oh, very cool, Orangy. I'll have to chat to Chris about that. Yeah, because he's helping me out with like what to do, like paper wise with prints and that kind of thing and different sort of stuff. So yeah, absolute legend. He's also got an awesome idea for a podcast. I'm not gonna say it, but I want to watch it. And it's gonna be sick if he goes ahead and does it. That's gonna be awesome. I want to make it out to LA as well. A lot of these guys that I'm talking to, they're all based in LA, and I'm over here on the bloody other side of the world. But yeah, definitely want to make a trip out. Also, I'd love to go to Lightbox as well. And hopefully the new course and the sort of starting to sell my art, that'll give me the funds to sort of get over there. And then I'll have something to, from a business standpoint as well, to go over there as a business trip. So it's a write-off, baby. And that's another thing, thinking about taxes. This is not financial advice. But even just like keeping receipts, getting used to that from my own personal business. Like I thought about that a little bit, like with doing the software stuff, but like even physical things, going down to Bunnings, which is our version of Home Depot or Depot, and getting these tools for the sculpts, and the clay is an expense, the camera rigs, the like anything that I use for stream, any tools and materials, just like keeping the receipts for that. And it's not as daunting, like it really doesn't need to be as daunting as some people make it out to be. It honestly really doesn't. I think it can also hold some people back as well from like getting into it, like doing their own thing, because it's like, oh, I've got to think about all this stuff. You can start really small. Like with most things I like to do, is just start really small and sort of build up. Prathav. Yeah, Prathav, yeah, 100%. Yeah, I'll be transparent. I'll be transparent to a certain extent, because I've got other income from like contract work and that kind of thing that I don't think is, because it involves other people and they are just getting like permission to say finances. It's just a headache. So anything that I do purely 100% from my own, yeah, I'll try and be as transparent as I can be. Or if it's just like clear to do the math yourself, you could figure it out. So like when I start selling these sculpts, you can see how much they'll be. You can see like how many there are available, and you sort of do the math that way as well, which is what I've done. Well, I'm trying to like reverse engineer how some of these people that are selling sculptures and that sort of stuff, what kind of numbers they can do. But I want mine to be a little bit different. I want this stylized stuff, but in sculpture form, which I'm not seeing too much of, which I think will be fun, and it'll be all my characters. All my characters, use it as study tools as well, so it's like a dual purpose. I just can't wait. I'm so excited for getting these out to the public, or just being available, you know, like it's an adventure. We break down vaguely into percentages if you're comfortable sharing. My revenue, so I'd say 90% of it is through, 80 to 90% would be the online tutorial. The rest would be course, like workshops and external like contract work and that kind of thing. And then, yeah. I think that's, and then the sales, starting to get the sales of the software as well. So the plugin would be another smaller percentage, but it's not nothing, which is cool. Sort of seeing that slowly grow as it's pretty new, and I'm trying to figure out how to fold it into the content and that kind of stuff, and as I make more YouTube videos. YouTube is really where I want to spend a lot of my time and focus content wise, but I have to keep the all the other ones going. It's kind of like, yeah, you just got plates spinning. I'm like spinning a lot of plates at the moment, which is fun, but it's also can be exhausting. But I'm very, very lucky to have you guys sort of being there, showing up post after post. Absolute legends. Oh, Renji, I didn't even think of that. Movie tickets. Yeah, I do want to go. I don't even know what, like, this is the thing. I'm so new to the physical space and like tabling, right? I'll have to talk to Chris about that, because he does a lot of conventions. But yeah, what do I do? How do I figure that out? And this is the thing, I've got to have product to sell to make it worthwhile. But I mean, I was even thinking about just popping down and sort of just hanging out. But realistically, I'd need to get some product there to sell, whether I source some of the prints over in the US, so that I don't have to travel with it. Yeah, a little bit of logistics. Probably not this year, unless something changes. And I haven't applied to go or like get a booth at Lightbox, so there's that. But I might apply next year, because that'd be a wicked trip. That'd be good fun. And then if it's lucrative and it makes sense business wise, even bloody better, you know. Man, he looks a bit simple here. I want him to look sad, not like... How do I even push this further? Push it further, Ben. Push it real good. doesn't wrap in as much. Yo, one step at a time. That's it. Ouroboros, welcome. Good to see you. I've seen your DMs. I've not had a chance to reply, but I appreciate you. and that was hella professional development. Yeah. Yeah, that's sick. No, that's a good point. Didn't even think of that. Then could I claim Netflix? I wonder. I'm actually catching up with my accountant tomorrow, so we'll see. I'll ask all these questions. Again, this is not financial advice. Also, I'm in Australia and it's different all over the world. I think he needs more chin. Oh, can't see it. Sorry, guys. I was drawing off the screen. Oh, orangey, very cool. What? Okay, let's Aditya. I don't know what that says, and you've said it a lot of times. I'll give you a warning. No more spam, please. If it happens again, we will have to part ways. Forever. Man, catch you later, Duncan. Thanks for popping in. Oh, well, look, if that's the case. All right, look. Aditya, I'm giving you opportunities. I don't know what that means. I don't know. Sorbital. I've got no idea. Yeah. Yeah, look. Aditya. That's... I don't know. I don't know what to do. I'm just drawing, man. I don't fucking know. Yeah, I wanted a copy that he was like looking up at someone or something. Indian chant, I get the sentiment, but it doesn't mean one can keep spamming it. Oh, okay, that makes sense now. All right. No, he stopped. Kick him. This is what you could do. No, he stopped. But if he keeps going, toodaloo. I think this bottom eyelid, yeah, this bottom eyelid needs to be more. Sort of sadden him up a little bit. That's kind of cool. Don't hate it, don't love it, but it'll do. It'll do for now. All right, let's try another one. Let's go half and half. All right, I want him to almost like be like smelling a flower or something, because it's like such a juxtaposition between like this big muscly like, then he's just like that. This is going to look weird for anyone popping in. All right, I've got to time this correctly. So I've got to get the screenshot thing going, and then I've got to get the, because I'm finding even more so like it's just as much about drawing as it is about acting as well. So you've got to like figure out from a what you call it, yeah, from an acting perspective and drawing characters, you've got to do it a little bit yourself. So it's just like, or like, maybe hat back so you can see more eyebrows. Now, how do I? Okay, this is going to be tricky. Can I do a timer with Clean Shot? This is a great little tool as well. Shout out to Clean Shot, not sponsored or anything, but I use it all the time. Self timer, sick. All right. 4, 3. Oh shit. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, that's on the internet forever. Let's do it more towards the camera. Whoop. Everything just went black. Okay. No, self-timer. Bada bing, bada boom. That's another funny one. Okay. Twisty. What is your purpose for studying art? What compels you? To be perfectly honest, there's no like real like, oh, this is my life's journey. I just find it fun. I don't know. I find it fun. I find it interesting. It's something that I'm like okay at. So there's like that side of it. And I just really, I don't know. There's a lot of opportunity there from like a business standpoint. And like, it's just fun. Grizz and Norm, Ouroboros. Oh, could you, where do you, there needs to, how do I allow links? Or maybe that's not a good idea now. I'm starting to get spam. Grizz and Norm. Okay. Grizz and Norm are fantastic, by the way. If you haven't checked them out, maybe I can find it on Instagram. Grizz and Norm. Not Grip and Norm. Grizz. They're awesome. Is it this one? Composing an expression page. Is this one you're talking about, Ouroboros? I think I have actually, Orenji. I think I have seen that one. Yeah, Ouroboros, nice one. So put main expression in the middle, then go clockwise to make them tell a story. That's a really great idea. That's bloody fantastic. Okay, let's see if we can try that. We need a new page for this. So yeah, because I want to get better at my expressions, you know. So maybe this. I really like this guy. He's looking cool. Seems like my instinct used to be, well, not used to be, but my default was like, oh, I'd like to paint him. I have that, but now I'm like, oh, I want to sculpt him. What's that going to be like? So let's throw that there. Throw this one here. I don't know what story we're telling. Maybe he ends off being happy. Let's go back to our sculpting reference. Because this is another thing that I'd love to do. I'd love to make smaller versions, like at this size, of like characters with different expressions for myself for study, and to sell eventually as well. That'll be wicked. So maybe he's up here. These guys, he ends up being happy. Good call, Ouroboros. This is cool. This is fun. Okay. Twisty. Hanta, welcome. Ishan. No, you're not late. I mean, only about like 3 hours, but that's okay. Yeah, Ouroboros, that's cool. No, I should really go to the movies, hey. I think the last thing I saw was Avatar. End up having a large collection of faces staring at me, dazzling. Is that a bad thing though? That's kind of cool. What also inspired me was in my newsletter, I sent through a video of the Disney, like a guy walking through Disney in LA and going into the vault and seeing their maquettes, like the Disney maquettes. I would look up Aaron Blaze showing his maquettes as well. I was like, man, I want those. And then I'm like, man, I could try and make them myself. And here we are. All right, let's get. Yeah, this one's better. So maybe he smells. I don't know. I don't know about the story, to be honest. I'm just going to do some expressions. We'll see. Maybe we can rearrange them somehow. So. I need like pure ref in real life. I need just to be a. I need to move it around. That's where I think VR is going to be sick. Like I could see myself with a headset on now, not even having a desktop here, and then having Photoshop open, doing that, and then just being able to throw windows everywhere, and then throw up the sculpt, have it like see through, like, and have a look at the real sculpts, and then do sculpts in it. Like that's where I see the future going. That's a way more interesting future with the art side of things. Like, so his shoulders are like up here. Pure F Iron Man style, that's what I'm talking about. Zaylee Arts, welcome. My favorite animation movie. I don't know if I have a favorite. I really enjoyed what's it called? It's the one where the family in the car with the robots and the aliens. Sony. Mitchell's versus the Machines. That was really good. Highly recommend people checking that out if you haven't already. Alright, so we've got his block. And I think this guy's cool, really good for like learning planes as well, because he is so blocky. And it simplifies things down like a lot. I've not drawn a flower since primary school. Orange, I haven't seen Puss in Boots. Ouroboros, you got to see a bunch of Lakers maquettes at an exhibition. Oh man, see, that's what I'm talking about. That's what, even as a kid, like I didn't know that I'd be interested in that, but that always appealed to me. When I'd see those sculptures, I was like, man, that's so cool. Maybe his eyebrows are like way up here. You've got his hands here. This is on a separate layer, thank you. Yep. it's even taking like reference images for yourself, like just looking at the angle of the eyes. Right, this is down this way and this is down this way. Right, it sort of curves around with the eyes closed. Then we just got to map that onto this character. The Gumroad, welcome. Great to have you. All right, so we've got our sketch here. Let's get rid of some of these just for space sake. Maybe just move them down a little bit. Because I think his shoulders and the hands are going to be a big one. Oh, Big Hero 6 is fantastic. Yeah, Zaylee Arts. That was a fantastic one. Big inspiration, definitely. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't have a favorite one. They're just all, like, a lot of them is just awesome. All right, now let's think. We've got our scaffolding here.
You proved to me that rising to the top was my destiny. And you can see whatever from behind me, but I'm still fly. I'm still fly. I know. I'm still fly. I'm still fly. Let's go. It could all be worse. I could be a hater like you.
Twisty, that sucks. What questions were they? Maybe we got chat, or if I can help in any way. Oh shit. What was it about? He just that was very frustrating. Have you asked for clarification? Ugh, that's annoying, Twisty.
I'm free, can't nobody take me here and now. It's my time to run it out. It's my time.
Zaylee Arts. Oh, thank you. Yeah, this is just a random playlist. Kind of fits to the nice, pleasant, whatever like expression I'm going for here. I'm liking this expression. I want to sculpt it. Tip with the fingers, if it's more of a difficult kind of hand pose, just grouping those fingers to begin with really helps. The way he draws in a weird perspective puts you in a band. Yeah, Sean, yeah. He's an absolute master, but it can be learnt, you know. I want to explore his style more myself, just with his knowledge of perspective and everything. It's just like amazing. But one thing that I've found is that he uses the objects that he draws, he uses that as guides for his perspective. That's why you never really see him drawing any guidelines. It's because the objects that he draws, he uses them as like stepping stones. Ouroboros. Kind of does, doesn't it? Mr. Incredible, definitely with the like got inspiration from the profile for sure. It's the chrome dome. Yeah, that's it. That as well. I feel like this flower is like it's like, ah, shit. Ben drawing hands, that's it. Daily arts, yeah, that's the idea. That's cool, it's a success. Very nice. Alright, let's do one more pass and then we'll go for another expression, then I might call it a day. So I've got to get shooting this YouTube video. But this is too much fun right now. Orangy, yeah, definitely. Yeah, flick them through, Orangy, if you do have questions. Always taking questions. I mean, I can answer some now if you want, if it's to do like particularly with me, but no, Francis and I are definitely taking questions. CGI, I think I duplicated one of his brushes that I liked, and it just came with that texture sort of baked into it, and I just changed I think. It's actually a good question. I'm not entirely sure. I can't remember how I did it. I'll have to think back and do that. But to be perfectly honest, it's nothing fancy. I would go onto like unsplash.com or get like a free like noise texture or something, and that'll do the trick. Or take a photo of a piece of paper or something and sort of make your own textures. That could be like a cool little exercise. Awesome, RNG. Looking forward to it. Oh, Blue Devil, thanks for the recommendation. I'll have to check it out. Thanks, Zane. Welcome. Slowly getting there. Still a lot of work to do, but it's getting there. This is where I should really look up reference for like pedals and stuff, but I'll just wing it for now. Zane, yeah, that's the goal. That's the goal. Having a whole thing of stylized anatomy. I want to do like full bodies. I want to do different body types. Yeah, true. You don't smell a flower from the back, do you? Yeah, quick fix. Now it's the back of the flower. The power of perspective. Good call. Yeah, they are, aren't they, Zane? I find that funny. Alright, I'm going way too into detail for this to be just a, whatever you call it, an expression study. He just wants to lick this thing. Oh god. think we can do one more. That's fine. I'll leave it there. A lot of tweaking, a lot of finessing to do. But we'll leave it there. And then we'll do one more, I think. We'll do like a confused one, maybe. So we'll come back to our half and half. We'll embarrass ourselves. And be like, is that what I want? I can't even see myself on it. Something like that, but okay, 3, 2, 5. Nah, we'll do it again. No, self timer. Maybe he's looking at the flower like he doesn't know what it is. He's like, what? Let's try that. It's kind of a weird one. I'd like it a little bit more at a 3/4, so let's go one more. Anyway. No, he looks more I look more disgusted there, so let's be more curious. This is acting, I guess. I don't know, I'm not an actor. No, I look like grossed out. We gotta get a better one. Self timer. Let's go. Something like that, man. Nah. This one was more inquisitive. Let's make some stuff up with this as a base. Or actually, Ouroboros terrified. That could be a fun one actually. Let's do terrified. Let's do terrified to round it out. Okay. Scary thoughts. 4, 3, 2. There we go. Oh Christ! All right. So flared nostrils, whites of the eyes. Let's give it a whirl. Let's go. Me when I see twisty. That's one thing I've realized as I've started to get a little bit older. Is we're all just grown up children. Like really. I mean, technically, yes, that's what we are, but the more and more I'm like meeting new people, and it makes you a little bit more empathetic. You were like that once. Yeah, that's it. So even just getting this simplified, like these really simple shapes is what I'm after. Yeah, twisty. That's exactly right. That's how I think of it. Makes me like not take things so personally either. Like if it's just, yeah, we're doing our best. Now this one would be a fun one to sculpt with these like big eyes. I mean, that'd all be fun to sculpt really. Like getting the flower in there and everything, that'd be sick. Jeez, man. Yeah, get my face out of the way. Full screen. There we go. Actually, we go sculpting reference. And we're back. Appreciate it, Zane. Yeah, that's one thing that really frustrated me for a long time is like keeping consistency and yeah, even from character to character, like same character, like this isn't perfect. This isn't a perfect one-to-one match, you know. I'd have to spend a lot of time going back and forth and making sure this felt right. But it's a tricky one. Trying to keep these consistent, and a lot of it comes back to the very simple shapes. Even just studying from like Disney stuff. You know what would be cool? Is just to have this going around and round for the whole stream. Not the whole stream, but just like in general. It's just like always going. That could be cool actually. How would I do that? Nope. That's sophisticated procrastination, yeah? Because then I'd have to get a motor of some sorts, and then I'd have to look up how to do it. Zane, that is very true, but it's the most annoying thing to hear as you're learning, and I'm still learning, right? It's just like, oh, just the fundamentals. The fundamentals are the thing. And you're like, fuck, okay. But this is why I like to try and make the fundamentals interesting and in context of what I want to do. So it's like, okay, there's a clear one-to-one matching of how it's going to help me. It's like in school, if like math class showed me, like, I don't know, there was one great math teacher and I did well in that class, and then there was some not so great math teachers, because I always ask, like, where would we use this? Where am I going to use this? And they couldn't give me like a good answer. But if I learned that, oh, this could actually help you with, like, say, coding, and check out this and that and in context, and this is why it's going to be beneficial. This is why we even use this function or this whatever. And like, people, this is the reason that this product exists, is because this, you know what I mean? Like, it's having context is so underrated, I think. Drink water. Yep. I dig that. Craig Mullins is a legend. So I would definitely listen to him. This is cool. This is giving me some ideas for some new sculpts. Like, I would love doing a sculpt where his like head's almost like peeking around like that. Like, I love the sculpts that look like they're moving. They're like in motion. So I'll make some of these tweaks that we talked about today. This one, his eyes can be a little bit lower, I think. could even push it a tad further. So we've got his eyebrows like all the way almost running off of his forehead. But we could also come here. Still on the same layer, nice. Just a little bit smaller. Be like, oh shit. The thing to look out for is to not make this eye feel bulgy, this far eye. You want to think about, okay, this is a three-dimensional object, it's wrapping around. Same here. So we might see a little bit more of that eye lid. Because it's too easy just to make the eyes look super, super bulgy. I've not used Filthy today, we've just been drawing. So let's use the Filthy plugin just to do a couple of these quick fill-ins. Makes it a little bit faster. Yeah, Zane, that's where you've got to start to, at least for me, try and understand the forms themselves regardless of the lighting. The lighting does help, definitely. But it's something that you've kind of got to be like, oh, that's a nice, something that's going to help me out, but I can still figure it out without it. So I could light this guy from the side, I could light it from below, you know, any of that doesn't really matter. But yeah, it's a tricky one, definitely, Zane. That's cool to hear. Zaylee Arts, that's awesome. All right, I reckon we'll stop it there. I've got to get this YouTube video done. But thank you for hanging out. It's a lovely stream. I'm going to be updating this sculpt to match more of this this character's sort of style. It's not quite Frank. It's like a human Frank. All right, he's actually got eyes. Or maybe this is a different version of Frank. Maybe Frank turns into a human. Maybe that's a whole story arc that I haven't even thought of. Who knows? But it's, yeah, it's helped me out a lot. I'm going to keep cranking with the sculpting. I'm going to be posting some of this stuff soon. Hopefully be producing some of this soon as well to, so you can have your own little anatomy stylized guys and just like anatomy stylized things from me in your own studio spaces. So that'll be kind of cool. All right. Oh, actually, no. I've got 40. I'm overdue for 40 squats. All right. Do we just smash them out? Yeah. Let's do it. Smash them out. Screenshots. Okay, stream squat time. Okay, just got to do it. don't want to. Really. For those of you that have been working, now's your opportunity to get up, have a stretch, or squat with me if you like. We need 40. That's my face when I realised I had 40 squats. We did it. Now I can leave the stream. All right. Thank you, everyone. As always, it's been a pleasure. All right. Catch you later, everyone. I'll see you next week. And now comes the awkward time of trying to find where the stream is. Fuck. Thank you, Twisties. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Blue Devil, Orangy, Dazzling, Zane. As always, actually, I've got my plugs. Gumroad tutorial in the description. Filthy plugin in the description. Podcast, Make Nothing Later. I talk about business, content in the description. You know where to find me. Give it a goog. Ben Eblin. All right. Where is the stream? No, I don't want my messages to show up. No. All right. We're still here. It's like we said goodbye and we're walking the same direction. That's okay. I don't want to edit the video. Still here. No, that's still here. Okay. Catch you later, everyone. Appreciate it again.